Good evening and happy Chinese New Year, also known as the Lunar Spring Festival. There is the Chinese New Year, one of the features is a 12-year cycle of animals, and we are going into the year of the horse. Horses are beautiful animals, one of my favorites, and so I plan to do a few horse-related streams over the next couple months as we celebrate the year of the horse. But for tonight, since it's getting late, I just want to get into the big set that Lego put out for this new Chinese Year of Horses. So let me switch over to my build cam and let's get right into this Lego set. As you can see, this is a big box, and you can see by the piece count, we're going to be here all night. This is not going to be a quick build. This is going to be a several-hour build. You can see it comes with 2 people celebrating the Chinese New Year and 4 brick-built horses that we will be building as part of this model. Let's not spend too much time talking. Let's just get right into this because it is getting late and I am losing my voice a little bit, so I probably won't be talking most of the stream. This build is gonna take us past midnight. I can tell you that right now, even if I don't talk. But I'll talk a little bit as I think of things to say. But for now, let's get these beautiful horses put together. I like how you can see there's 4 different horses. 4 is a culturally significant number in Chinese culture. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but on one of the breaks, I guess we can Google it and learn the significance of 4. I like how each of the horses is a different color, but all the colors are natural. I also like how they've gone with realistic looking horses instead of that super cute aesthetic that a lot of Lego animals tend to pick up. I like this set. Here's the back of the box. And I actually haven't seen the back of the box myself yet. So you can see it comes with 2 people celebrating the holiday. This is showing off the canvas piece. Oh, and it looks like the canvas piece itself is really big. And it shows that there's a little lever you can turn, and I'm not sure what that does, but we'll find out. And as you can see, there's no push tabs because this box is too big. And actually, the tape is laid out a little bit differently than it usually is on Lego. So let me go ahead and carefully get the tape off. Every year, Lego releases a set for Chinese New Year. They release a big set, and then sometimes they'll release a smaller set too without the people celebrating. But the big set always includes one animal head person representing the whatever animal that year is. And there's usually the characters in these annual Lego Chinese New Year sets are often wear traditional Chinese outfits, and there's usually at least one child character in these sets. I'm cutting the tape because there's no push tabs. And they have the tape arranged a little bit differently. It looks like this is a slightly different box style than they usually use for the big sets. Oh yeah, this is definitely... Oh, this box is fancy. And look, they've got some of the paper bags. They've got the new paper bags instead of the plastic bags. So let me just set this box top aside. And of course, let me get my bags organized here. So we know the bags go up to at least 15. Here's a paper packet. I'm pretty sure this is our canvas backdrop. I am going to confirm that. Let me open up this top part here. Yeah, we're not going to take this part out until the instructions call for it. I'll just set that aside right back here. Oh, it actually goes up to bag 16. Okay. And they're all paper, so I have to be careful about how I open them. And these bags are all out of order. Give me a little while to get organized. There's a lot of these bags. And it looks like there's some loose plates in the bottom of the box. I'll set these aside until the instructions call for them. But for now, I'm just going to take them off the screen or off the build area. I'm operating under the assumption right now that the bags go up to 16. So, I mean, and some of the bags are bigger than other bags. So, alright. Let me set these piles over here off to the side. Let me make another pile. Sorry, unintentional ASMR stream. That's what most of tonight's probably going to be, I do believe. Since I certainly don't have 5 hours worth of stuff to talk about. We also have this other packet, which I believe will be the instructions. And big fancy box I'll set aside for collecting the used bags in. I left bag 1 on the table, of course, because we will be starting with that bag. Let's just see what's in this packet here. And this bag is, ooh, no stickers. Okay. I like sets without stickers. We have this big, huge instruction book. But you know how we do things on this channel. Let me set that off camera. And we will pull up our instructions. And let us begin. Oh, 10 minutes into stream. I opened that and sorted that pretty efficiently. Okay, the Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, is getting off to a good start. Let's get going with this now. And there's the family building together that they've put on the newest instruction sheets for this year. It shows how when you use the app, it can split the build, so you can build as a family. Here's a little page talking about the Chinese New Year. The horse is a strong and enterprising spiritual totem in Chinese culture. As the leader of the 6 domestic animals of ancient times, the horse is not only a loyal and brave partner who gallops across the world, but also a symbol of auspiciousness. As a result, horses have always been depicted in Chinese traditional paintings. In the Spring Festival, the painting with horses galloping symbolizes the progressive attitude of ringing out the old year and ringing in the new. It represents success, expressing good wishes for a new and prosperous year. You can see the traditional Chinese red lanterns in this picture. You can see the artist working on his scroll. And here's a beautiful painting of 4 horses. These are the horses that we are about to build. Let's take a moment and just enjoy the beauty of this painting before we move on. Alright, we are getting a late start, so let's get going with this. Bag 1 And you can see from the... Alright, so we will be using these 3 red plates in bag 1. So you can see I actually have the 2 tables in front of me. We're going to put the parts on one table and then the build on another table. And we may switch up which tables, depending on the workflow. But for now, I'm going to put the parts in front of me. Okay, so I see the torso pieces for both the characters in this parts pile. So we're gonna get both. We're gonna get both our festival participants right here in bag 1. Normally, with such a big set, they split up the people, but it's cool that we get both in bag 1 because it means they can both watch the whole build. And we've already got our first piece yeeted off the table. Let me go get that before we continue. Did I see where it landed? It was one of those colors that's similar to our carpet color, but not exact. Let me see if I can get a light on it. Do I see where that piece went down? Yes, it's right here. We're clear. All right. We have our tool ready for use. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, so we'll build the kid first. Oh, this is the short legs, the ones that don't bend, so she won't be able to sit. Let's see. Happy face or really excited celebration face? This is Lego we're talking about. Let's go with the really excited festival face here. And there's a cool hairpiece. And she gets an accessory. Where is that piece? Oh, I'm looking for the wrong color. That's why I'm not seeing the piece. This is what I need. And there's this little flame piece in black. I'm not sure exactly what item this is supposed to represent. Certainly it's not a candle because the flame piece is black, but anyone who knows Chinese culture want to tell me what this is in the comments? Oh, it might be a paintbrush actually. I think this represents a paintbrush. So there's the girl and her paintbrush with which she will use to paint the canvas. And now that we have a camera that actually focuses, I can actually give you a close-up. We'll set her over here for now. And now let's work on our other festival participant. And he's going to be our horsehead mascot, because the Lego traditionally puts in a whatever animal the year is, they will include that animal as a mascot character from one of the festival participants. I like that. I like how they do that. The first year I did the first time I did this tradition of doing Chinese New Year on the channel, I couldn't afford the big set that year, so I didn't get the animal head. And then last year I didn't get last year's set. I got instead a previous year's set, so I didn't get the correct matching animal. But here we are, our horse head guy for year of the. Actually, we're not quite done with him because he's supposed to hold this apple. And it's always funny to me how the apple mold, Lego's apple mold, is designed such that the Lego minifigure people usually hold them upside down, but I'm going to set him up to hold it correctly, I think. Can I? Can he hold this correctly? Yeah, there we go. That's good enough. So here's Horsehead Guy holding his little green apple. Oh. There we go. All right. We only get 2 people this time around. Usually the big Chinese New Year set has a bunch of people. But the one we did last year had 18 characters in it when we were done. But there was a parade, so that one needed a lot of people thematically. All right, let's start building. Ooh, it took us 8 minutes just to go through the figures. Well, they will watch us build. I did see when pulling out the parts pile that some of the parts bags are pretty small. So there's probably some interesting organization going on with how the pieces are divided throughout this model. And sorry if I stopped talking. I do not have 5 hours worth of stuff to talk about. Do I think this is going to take 5 hours? Possibly. It is a 1600 piece set. And when I stop talking, I find it easier to focus on what I'm doing. So when I stop talking, the build tends to go a little bit faster. So. And I'll all right. So it looks like we're building a little bit of a side build first. Alright, so this looks like we're building an artist's table, it looks like. And it looks like once we finish the artist's table, the rest of this first bag is just a bunch of plates. So it looks like we're going to start building up the base levels for the main build once we finish the artist's table. Oh, I forgot a step here. Hold on. It doesn't affect this little chair build here. So there's a tile here. One specific tile in the instruct. There we are. Oh, that's beautiful. Here's a nice printed tile representing the artwork that our artist is making. That's beautiful. And our first hint of horses in the set tonight. Well, not our second hint, because we have the horse head guy. So we've already got 2 little horses represented in our build. And that will go on the scroll that's on the artist's table. Oh, yeah, and there's a nice little clip here for the paintbrush. So this is what the little artist's desk looks like. You can see a little place for the kid to stand on to reach the level of the table. You can see the beautiful printed tile. There's a little ink. There's a little bottle of ink and a clip for holding the paintbrush. That's a nice little side build to get us started. And I'm just going to put that over here with the people, since we're not going to need that again probably till the end of the build. Let me just see. Yeah, it's a side build. Alright. You can do different things with the people. You can put the horse head guy, give him the paintbrush. You can give the kid the apple. I mean, there's different things you can do. Let's go ahead and start this build now. And I was in a hurry to get started, so I forgot to do a little bio break like I usually do before I start. So we're actually going to take our first bio break after the first bag, because because I forgot and I need to. One of the reasons we're starting so late is because I had a doctor today, and I was exhausted after that and fell asleep around the time I wanted to start the stream. So I'm a couple hours behind, but here we are. What matters is we still got together on the holiday to celebrate together. Well, that's a nice long plate going on there. Yeah, this thing is going to be huge if this frame is any indication. And that piece just slipped out of my fingers, like pieces often do on this channel. We've come to expect that from my Lego. They even do that on models that I do off camera. This is a very colorful array of plates, I will say that. Okay. As you can see, we move through much more efficiently when I don't talk. So this has kind of become a little bit of an ASMR stream. If you don't like ASMR, well, it comes with the territory with LEGO streams anyway. So sorry about that. I do like how colorful this frame is, although I do think most of the colors are going to end up getting buried in the final design. Interesting, we're doing some non-symmetrical stuff now, finally. No, that's wrong. That goes like that. Alright. I guess we'll find out later why these bits are not evenly spaced. But for now, I'm doing them exactly as they tell us to do them. But we have a nice big platform that the horses are going to be able to mount on here, it looks like. Oh, and the space keeps going. Okay. Wow. Yeah, the base on its own is going to take up the whole table. I'm so glad I decided to do the table setup for this stream. The 2-table setup I've used only 3 times before on stream for the Dark Falcon, the Great Pyramid, and the minifigure gumball machine. Okay, so now we're covering up all those tiles, it looks like. Or some of them, at least. I do like that I was able to figure out this 2-table setup, because it means we can do bigger sets on stream. Okay, so we've covered up some of the colorful tiling going on here. I do appreciate that they're using the traditional Chinese New Year colors, even for the bits that are getting buried. The red, the yellow, and the teal. Classic combo used in a lot of the Chinese New Year sets. Oh, did I forget something in the last step? Hold on. Let me go see. Yeah, I did forget a piece. Okay. Easy fix, though. It goes right here. So yeah, it looks like we've actually covered over pretty much all the tiling we made. We also have this big gap up here. It'd be interesting to see how the space develops as this build progresses. And with that, we are done with bag one. We moved through that pretty quickly. So here we're going to get bag two, but before I go to bag two, I do, like I said, need to take a very quick break. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. We'll clear the spare bits off. I have my little spare bits bowl off to the side here like I usually do. And I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, so we're 43 minutes in and we're only done the first of 16 bags. I don't want to be here all night. Of course, a lot of that was intro stuff. So let's go ahead and get right into bag 2. Bag 2 feels bulky. There's probably some big pieces coming in this bag. I do appreciate LEGO's new recycling initiative with the paper bags. However, it's harder to see if a piece gets stuck in them because you can't see through the paper bags like with the old plastic bags. You actually have to feel out the bags to make sure everything came out. But overall, better for the environment, so I approve. And of course, something fell off. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's begin with bag 2. Yeah, this build would not have worked on a single table setup. So it looks like this bag is going to be more of the base plating. There may be 16 bags, but we already passed the 10% mark in the instructions. So some of the bags aren't going to be as substantial, I don't think. How are these? I'm not sure how those last 2 bits are supposed to be spaced. Here, maybe? Because that's where the other plate's cut off. Maybe. If it's wrong, I can always fix it. Yeah, I spaced this properly, okay. Wow, the space is big. This base is already packing some serious weight. Excuse me a moment. Never mind. I always like to keep the separator on screen. So I'll just set it behind the people. That's where I usually put it. At least there's no stickers with this set. This set's already on the upper end of difficulty due to its size. But, at least there's no stickers. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Okay, that page went together nicely. I guess once we finish the base and start putting things onto the base, we'll see what all this arrangement is meant to support. Because right now, having trouble not making sense of how the base goes compared with the picture on the front of the box of how the set looks when done. But that's normal with Lego bases. It'd be cool to see how this model comes together as we build it up. there was a question of whether I'd even be able to get the set because um, my budget's been short lately. This wasn't in the backlog. Um, and when I finally was able to have the money to get the set, it was on back order. And the back order estimated that it would not be shipping until later this week. But it came back in stock early, and they shipped it out, and I received it in hand on Saturday, so I was lucky to get this in time. I did have a backup Year of the Horse celebration planned for today, just in case this wouldn't arrive in time. I'm not sure if we're going to end up doing that stream or not at some point. I can tell you I do want to do other horse content on the stream at some point this year. I have a couple ideas. So yeah, we're plating over all that beautiful pattern that we just put together. Something's wrong here. I did not line these up correctly. I put them over one stud too far. There was a bit of dust that got on that piece. Let's do it this way, because these plates were too big and had too much clutch power for the separator. Let's try that step again, correctly this time. There we go, we fixed it. We'll fix that in a moment. I want to make sure. Pieces have been yeeting onto the floor more than usual this session. And we're only 2 bags in. I hope that's not going to continue through the whole rest of the build. a piece of hair got into my Lego. Let's see if I can pull it out before it becomes a permanent part of the build. There we go. Wow, that is a heavy base. But as you can see, it's evolving now. It's mostly red, which is the main color of Chinese New Year. So in bag 3, we're going to start adding some dimension. Alright, let's bring it. I have to inspect each bag as I open it, because these are the paper bags, and I want to make sure we're leaving no pieces behind. And I just wasn't careful and yeeted a bunch of pieces onto the floor with that one. There's one. I see one that went all the way under the table over here. 2, actually. Hopefully that's... I don't see anything else. Hopefully that's all the pieces that went on the floor. Oh, and this is cool. We have these gold Chinese fence-looking pieces. That's going to make for some nice design on this model. I know this base work isn't as exciting as the horses will be, but we need to do all this to facilitate doing the horses later this evening, so we'll get there. And this set, the Chinese New Year set, New Year sets always involve a lot of these slightly shiny, fake gold-looking pieces. Because gold is part of the Chinese New Year color scheme. Ooh, tile repetition. Bear with me, this is a repetitive step here. There's mold marks on these tiles, so I'm going to try and line them up in the same direction, so it makes a little bit of extra patterning. I don't know, it probably won't come up on camera. Oh, it is, a little bit. You can see the mold marking going on there, and all the tiles came out with this one little flaw, but it looks good. It almost looks like a flowing water pattern almost. So I'm going to roll with it. As long as I point them all facing the same direction, it should look reasonably okay, even though the gold pieces usually aren't that, what's the word I'm looking for? The mold marks are a little more prominent than they usually are, so on this batch. Again, not a big deal as long as I point them all facing the same direction. Why isn't that one going in all the way? There it goes. Just a few more of these and then we can move on to the next page. Last one. All right. Yeah, this one goes here. And then there's also some action going on over here. I do like this beautiful array of colors. Chinese New Year, the Chinese New Year color scheme is really pretty. bunch more of these plates. All right, some more of the same. So it looks like we're adding with this bag, we're adding some depth and dimension to the base. All right. The base is progressing nicely, I will say that. These pieces are so hard to grip. But they get done. I've done them enough that I don't really have an issue with them. But some of the one-by-one shaped pieces can be difficult to grip, especially if you are clumsy or you don't have a lot of Lego experience. When you've been doing Lego as long as I have, though, you figure it out, and it doesn't really, they're not really that difficult anymore. We do have, as you can see, some interesting shaping going on at this end of the base. It'll be interesting to see what that all turns into at the end. Almost dropped that one, but managed not to. I had a nice save there. We're doing some interesting shaping bits on the back of the base now. I'm assuming it's the back. I'm not really sure yet. We're almost through this bag. So it looks like with this bag, we basically built up a bunch of the shaping for the back end of the base. A bunch of the dimension and detail. It'll be interesting to see how the base continues to develop before it actually starts letting us put the horses in. When we are doing the horses, I'll probably move the base over to the other table so that I have a area I can focus on the horses. But I think while we're building up the base, the way we're doing things now is fine. Alright, we're going into bag 4. think that's everything in there. All right. Let's get right into it. So it looks like now we're going to start building up the front end of the base. All right. A clip. I wonder what the clip will be used for later. Sorry, I'm not talking much. Um, in the zone right now, so to speak. So it looks like we're doing a lot of extensive shaping for this end of the base. I'm not really sure what the end result is meant to be, but it's going to be pretty. You can see all these cool shapes and colors going together. I have a feeling I have a feeling next this bag is only going to take us to the halfway point of this side of the base, and we have another whole bag of this decorative, repetitive stuff before we can get to the horses. Still, it is coming together in a pretty arrangement. It's just that these steps feel a little bit tedious. Every Lego set has that one section that's a little more repetitive than the rest of it. But once we get through it, once we get to the horses, tonight will really start getting fun. The horses might honestly be repetitive too because, well, there's 4 of them, and they're probably very similar builds. So they're all different colors. So it'll be cool to see the horses come together once we get to that point. Well, my separator went off camera again. There are some interesting shaping techniques going on with this model, I will say that. We just passed the hour-and-a-half mark, and we have 2 little clues of horses in the bag one side build, but we haven't really gotten to the main event horses yet. We're still working on putting the base together. It's a very detailed base, which is good because these Chinese New Year sets they put out every year are they tend to get really detailed. So I am a little impatient to get to the horses, but this is still kind of relaxing seeing the details of the base come together, even if I can't quite make out what everything is supposed to be yet. Yeah, this parts pile isn't going to make it all the way across the base. We have another whole bag of this madness. Here's another one of these clips. I wonder if these clips are meant to be part of the horse linkages that will attach the horses to the base. All right. Yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to line up. Probably should have put this bit on first. There we go. Well, we've only got this decoration going across half this end of the base. So I've got another whole bag of this madness to do. But that you can see how the shaping and colors are coming together so far. I think it's meant to represent a painted river. Oh, not 100% sure, but let's get into bag 5. Yeah, I don't think I feel any pieces stuck in there. Alright, let's get right into it. Oh, there's some nice shaped pieces in this parts pile. I'll show you when the instructions call for them. I think when we finish the base, we'll take the next break before we start the horses. I know I said I want to get to the horses, and I do, but ever since we finished bag one, I've been sitting, and I'm gonna need to get a stretch soon, so. So yeah, we'll finish the base. However many bags are left is part of the base. But when we get to the first horse bag, we're going to take a break. I think. Unless the base goes on and on and on some more. In which case we might break before then. Wrong color. This is what I want. We're getting through all this patterning. We're getting close to this end of the base here. Still got bits to go though. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark of stream. I bet we're getting close to where the horses come into play. But I could be wrong. Here's another one of those clips. My next break's going to be a bit longer than usual because I think I'm going to get some food. That's how this goes, I think. Yeah. We're almost to this end of the base. That's good. So yeah, I think when I take the next break, I'm going to get a little bit of food. So we're going to be, you're going to have chair stream for a bit. I'm going to try and finish the base before we get to that break, though. I want to be able to come back from the break and start doing horses. But we'll see how much longer the base goes on before it lets us start the horses. Almost there, for this bag at least. And now we have these, oh, so yeah, bag 6 is going to continue the base, so we're just going to keep going for a while longer. But we have these bits now. These motion effect pieces. They look like little clouds or flames or waves. And that's apparently what all these little clips were for. So let's get these clipped on to our base here. And there's 6 of these that clip on. And that will finish bag 5. So those clips weren't the horse connections. Let's get bag 6 out. So I can see some gears in bag 6. Bag 6 looks like a bunch of Technic stuff. Looks like this set's going to have some motion. Unless this is just framework support bits for the horses. I guess we'll find out soon as we build up this little Technic section here. So we're working on this back end of the base again now. It'd be interesting to see what all this Technic does. Okay, so there, we want this little tiny gear piece. And I took the pin that's too short. I took the axle piece that's too short. I need the other axle, it looks like. I'm not seeing the colors too well on here. That's a lighter brown. That's not the piece I want. Is this the piece I want? Yeah, I think this is the one I want. Okay, so we've just put a gear into this. It looks like this page, we're adding a hand crank. It's not connected to anything yet, but we have a hand crank. Here. It's this bit here, and you turn this, and it turns that little gear there, which isn't connected to anything yet. So yes, this set does have an action feature. I'm just not sure what yet. Let's keep going with the build. And it will reveal its secrets to us in time, as these builds always do. I am getting hungry, so if this is going to be a complex technique mechanism spanning multiple bags, I may not finish the whole base before we get to the horses. I'll see how long I can go, but I'm also starting to feel the need to stretch again relatively soon. So we're adding some more gears onto this assembly. So this is going to be a continuation of the mechanism. So this lines up with that other gear over there and goes in like this. Okay, so we've got the beginnings of spinning gears here. As I turn the crank, you can see those gears spinning over there. You can see the one gear is spinning a lot slower than the other gear, but still giving a full rotation. So something about the way the smaller and the bigger gears are arranged must involve something with setting gear speeds or whatever. I don't really fully understand how all that technique works, but the mechanism has begun to be built here. And now we just push these pins in to secure everything. Yeah, the one gear is spinning much faster and distributing its speed in a slower manner towards the other gears. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. It looks like now we're doing the part where we cover and hide the mechanism inside the build. Non-Technic sets that include Technic motion features usually hide the Technic assemblies inside. We're about halfway through the instruction book, and so far, no sign of the horses that are going to be the main event of this build. But we'll get there. So it looks like, yeah, so we're going to start with 8 of these little assemblies. That will streamline the rest of this, that'll streamline the rest of the step if I have 8 of these ready to go. Yeah, we'll be here until late night tonight. Alright, I need 1 more of those. Did I drop a piece? Yeah, that's 7, so I need 1 more. Ooh. Be careful with these paper bags. Turns out I left not 1 but 2 pieces behind in the bag. And now that I have 8 of these, we're going to pair them up with these long pins into 4 copies of the assembly. effect going on there. Okay. Based on where the positioning of where these four assemblies go, it looks like these are going to be the mounting points for the four horses. Or these are going to be part of the mounting points for the four horses. Okay, so this connects to the gear and rests on there. So turning the gear will move this bar. You can see that bar moving. And I'm just going to leave it there because I don't know ultimately how this is all going to go down. So it looks like there's still bits of the mechanism that need to be built up here. Because there's four horses. So it looks like there's going to be four of these bars because I see some more of them in the parts pile. And then the horses are going to mount onto the bars. That's my best guess. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get hungry. So this bit pins into here and then connects onto here. And then we add the second bar here. And that'll pin into here. This will rest on the second base. And now we build another assembly. Sorry, I was off camera for that. I'm sorry. And I lost grip on another piece. Let's just pick it up and keep going. We passed the halfway point of the instruction book. But after this, there's still 10 whole bags to go, which is more than half the number of bags. So I guess some of the bags are going to be smaller from this point. So it looks like this one's supposed to be pointing the opposite direction. So we pin this in here. And that connects there. And then we put in another bar. So yeah. Let's position this approximately where the instructions show them all defaulting to. And then we get to do one more of these assemblies, it looks like. I do appreciate that all these assemblies are in the color scheme. Sometimes with Technic you get generic non-matching colors, dull colors that don't really match the build. But at least here they're keeping everything matching the color scheme, so it's going to look good when done. I do apologize if my action goes behind the camera a little bit, or I mean behind the instructions a little bit. we've got our last one of these bars. And then we have an exit box, it looks like. Just to secure the last stage of the mechanism here. So, the reason the kid keeps falling is because you can't bend the kid-sized legs. So, she can't actually sit down. And they're more stable when they sit. And now we're locking in our motion bars. Which way do I have the, okay. So they face this way. With the backbone of the mechanism in place, this might be a good place to take a break. I am going to, of course, go on and see if the next bag is more base, or if we actually start the horses at this point. If it's more base, I may just keep going. We'll see. Bag 7 is going to be the first horse. Okay, we're taking a food break. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes to continue. We're at the 3-hour mark of stream, but we've got the base together. And when I come back, it'll be time to actually start the actual horses. So here's how the mechanism works. You can see as I turn the crank here, you can see the bars moving. So the horses are actually going to run along the, I guess that's supposed to be a stylized painted river there. So you can see how this mechanism is going to work. That's cool. You can see, and from this angle, you can see the bars moving. And of course, you can make the horses run backwards if you crank that in the wrong direction. So I'll turn the instructions off, and you can just stare at the base for a while I go have some food, and I'll be back, and we'll start up again at the 3-hour mark of stream. I'll be back shortly. I'm back, and I only took 10 minutes ish, 10-ish minutes. I said we would start around the 3 hour mark, and we're still at 2 hours 55 minutes. And the next page, we finally get to start the horses. So, this base is already pretty heavy. I'm going to set that aside onto this table, so that this table we can focus on the horse build. So the box shows a white horse, a black horse, a tan horse, and a brown horse. So let's go back to our instructions. It looks like we'll be building the brown horse first. So I think for this part of the build, so based on the amount of bags that are left, I'm going to assume it's 2 bags per horse, and then another bag for the part of the frame that hangs the actual canvas piece. That's that we set aside at the beginning. That's my best guess. But right now, brown horse. And this dark brown is not showing up well in the instructions at all. The regular brown, I can kind of see what's going on, but the dark brown is like very dark in these instructions. So I'm going to do my best to do this right. Obviously, because these horses are going to be attached to a motion feature, there's not going to be much posability going on with them, like with other Lego animals. There's only about 100 pages of instructions left. I have a feeling these horses are going to go pretty quickly once we get into them. And there's no 2x, 3x going on because they're all different colors, but once we've built one horse, we'll kind of know the progression, and we should be able to breeze through the rest. Wrong piece. I gotta make sure I'm putting on the correct pieces. Oh, that's a cool technique for the tail. We have these leaf pieces in black to make the tail hairs. So now it looks like we're just building up some more of the body shape. I'm guessing the next bag is going to be the legs and head. Okay, yeah, some more of the leaf pieces. So I guess this is going to be part of the horse's mane. Where'd that one go? I see it. Did I miss a step? I did miss a step. No, I did not miss. Did I? No, that's there. No, I didn't miss a step. I just got confused for a moment. That's a cool way to do the mane shape, I will admit. The horse shape is starting to come along nicely. Still needs its legs and head before it's fully recognizable. But we're getting there. And here's what the first horse looks like after the first bag. So he needs his legs and head. But as you can see, the general shape of the horse is already coming together. Oh, I see how that goes. Alright. I got one piece confused for another piece in the instructions, but I see what I need to do here. Okay. The horse is coming together pretty quickly. Oh, that piece isn't on all the way. There we go. Oh, I used the wrong piece. Hopefully I don't have to redo this whole section. There's the piece I put in incorrectly. Ah, there we go. The crisis is resolved. We have restored his activity. I mean, we have restored the way it's supposed to be. Sorry, I'm not talking. I don't really have anything to say right now, and I'm focusing on the build again. Enjoy the unintentional ASMR, I guess. So yeah, it looks like the legs are not going to be posable. That makes sense given the motion feature. Okay, so we have a 4X here to be the bottom part of the legs. I'm just going to build them all and then attach them. And actually, I'm going to make 4 of these little units first. No, we'll just make 4 of those. We'll make 4 of these. We'll assemble these 4, and then we'll attach them to the horse. I think that would be the most efficient way to do that, to do this bit. Oh, I put the clip going the wrong way on this one. Let's fix that. Okay, let's get our last little section here. And now let's finish these off and get them attached. Okay, so the front legs have a little bit of posability. The back legs, not really. The back legs are in a fixed position. We'll adjust the positioning of everything when we attach it to the model. We'll see what looks natural. Now it's time to build the horse's head. Here's what a headless horse looks like, by the way. I'm not going to do a close-up on that. I try not to do the creep factor on the stream, so we won't close up on the headless horse. Okay. Looks like our first horse is almost done. Okay, that's cool. Did I do that right? Of course that's going to happen when I try to attach. That goes there. And then the horse head goes on like this. And I'm supposed to angle it against the mane like this. So that's what the horse looks like with the head attached. Not sure. The head probably could have been arranged. Oh, there's a couple bits here to finish off the head shaping. Okay, it looks a little bit better now with these two round tiles added. Yeah. Yeah, the horse looks a little bit better. And then we're supposed to take these two pins and attach them to the underside for the attachment to the model later. And then we're supposed to adjust the legs a little bit to make it look like a running pose. So horse number 1, it has been assembled. And it shows the horse going on these 2 pins on the end of this first bar here, like this. What fell? Something fell off. Hold on. The tile that secures the bar in place, that's what fell. The legs must have been in the way. So we're going to put them in a kind of a in a gallopy position like this. If we turn the crank, he's running over the water. That's actually a pretty cool feature. It'll look even cooler when we have all 4 of the horses going in unison. I'm probably not going to turn the crank for each horse. I just wanted to see how this works. Alright, that's cool. Let's see. Let's position this more forward so you can track the progress of the 4 horses. And it looks like we're going to do the tan horse next. And let's see. It took us about 30 minutes to do the horse. So we'll be doing horses for another hour and a half. That'll put us at the 5-hour mark. And then we'll still have 2 bags left over at the end to build the rest of this little scene here. So yeah, we're actually going to go over 5 hours with this build. Yeah, the next few builds are going to be repetitive, so I'm going to stop talking a bit and focus on what I'm doing. You know how it's going to go. You've seen the first horse at this point, so the next hour and a half or so is going to follow pretty much the same steps. The builds might be slightly different depending on their poses, of course, but for the most part, it'll run relatively similar, so I'll keep going. Hold on, let me check something. Yeah, this one has some slightly different shaping going on. I do like the use of the leaves to make the mane and tail hair. That's a really cool, effective part usage. Not something I would have guessed on my own, that's for sure. That's why Lego has professional designers to figure out these things. We just crossed over into midnight. So yeah, shaping it's following the same basic design, but there's definitely some bits that are shaped differently on this one. Actually, this horse seems to be going a bit quicker than the other. Probably because I kind of know the progression at this point. Now, this one's definitely doing things differently. We're getting part of the head now. I can see the earpieces going on in the step. So the next bag, I guess, is just going to be this horse's legs. Okay. So I was wrong. Not all the horses are the same. They have the same general progression, but they're doing things differently, which is good. It means all the horses are a little bit of a different technique. Okay, what did I mess up here? Oh, I forgot to put this bit on. That's what I messed up. That's why things didn't look right. So it looks like actually the front portion of the head is still going to be in the other bag. Because I'm going to run out of parts with it in this pile. With this little assembly here. Yeah. So he's only got about the back half of his head right now. You know what we're going to do? We're going to let her stand on the table so that she doesn't keep falling over. There we go. We'll be finishing this horse right around the 4-hour mark of stream. So yeah, we are going to go above the 5-hour mark. Not a biggie. I'm good. I could do Lego all night if I wanted. And if I had more sets available behind this one. Which I technically do, but we'll save those for another stream. This was a big one in its own right. Or I should say is. We're still working on it. I'm glad I made the decision to make and eat a sandwich before starting this portion of the build, because I was getting hungry. And now I'm fine. And I'll probably need one more bio break before the project's done, but I'm good for a little while now, so we're just going to keep going for a while. Okay, so these legs are made the same way, so I'll do the thing where I do all the little assemblies first and then put everything together. Alright, let's put these legs on and then finish the head and get this horse onto the model. Alright, let's get these pinned on. We'll put this horse onto the base. And now the first horse has a friend. And we still got 2 more horses to add to this little family. And this horse knocked off his little security tile too. Give me a moment to fix that. There we go. So that tile's back in. And how was he posed? His foot was slightly up and this one was a little bit down. All right, we got 2 horses galloping through the river now. We got 2 more horses to put together. Bag 11 is going to be the black horse, but looks like it's got some funky things going on with the back end here in the picture that I couldn't really tell from the box. I guess we'll see how it comes together. So yeah, this horse is definitely doing something different. Yeah, there's not much black going on in this parts pile at all. It's mostly colors. So the black horse definitely has some color stuff going on. Let's see here. Let's do it like this. There. Now you can actually see progress on the main build while we work on the horses. I'll probably do a behind the scenes music setup tech stream either tomorrow or Thursday. Depending on how I feel tomorrow and how much gets done on the other stuff I have to get done this week. This horse is definitely different. If this is even a horse at all. And if this is a normal 2-bag horse, we're actually going through this one pretty quickly so far. We may be able to gain some minutes back. What did I do wrong here? Oh. They're supposed to be like this. That's why that wasn't lining up. Now I can put this on properly. Oh, is this horse supposed to represent a Kirin? The Chinese mythical magic horse? Possibly. I guess this horse's mystery will be revealed when we actually attach it. Maybe this one's actually coming out of the water, like it splashed down in, and now it's jumping out of the water. That might be how this works, because it's got the same orange and yellow color scheme that the painted river does on the base. Oh, there's supposed to be one of these, oh, that's bag 12, okay. Alright. I thought I was missing pieces, but it's actually time to bring out the next bag. So yeah. So it looks like the colorful back half of this horse is copying the colors and the shapes of the river. So I think the black horse is meant to be jumping out of the river. We'll have to see how it looks when it gets attached then. So it's not a Kieran, it's just jumping out of the river. That's what's going on here. Obviously it looks messy right now being separated from the river. We'll see how the effect looks when it actually comes time to attach the horse. That probably explains why they have the third bar at such a different level from the other bars for the motion. Because this is doing a slightly different variant of the motion. Um, Yeah, only two leg assemblies for the black horse here. All right, so it's time to do the head, this horse's head. It looks like this one's going to be a full head build, like that first horse. Oh, I see how that goes. Okay, we're almost done with this horse. Obviously, I gotta fix that. This horse almost looks a bit like a carousel float on one of those fantasy carousels. So here's what he looks like with his jumping out of the water effect. Let's So there's 3 horses attached. And his big blob of water is actually separate from the rest of the painted river. So the effect is not very convincing from this angle. But from this angle you won't even see it because the white horse will be in front of it. From this angle, it's a little more. Let's wait. Let's wait and see what it looks like when we add the last horse. But look. That's a cool effect. This kind of reminds me of carousel horse motion a little bit. Alright, let's proceed with the 4th and final horse now. So we finally get our white horse. And since we pretty much know the flow of horses by now, we should be able to breeze through this one. We're at the 4.5 hour mark of stream. We'll be at 5 hours when we finish this horse. And then we still are going to have 2 bags of building left over. So we're not quite... It's probably going to be closer to a 6-hour stream, honestly. But I'm okay with that. I got nothing going on tomorrow. I can stay up all night if I want to. I think after this horse, we're going to take one last stretching break. And I think I'm going to get some of my candy during that break. And I'm also going to do my evening medicine. Because it's 1 o'clock in the morning already. I typically take my medicine much earlier than this, so... and it needs to be taken with food. So I'll eat some of my candy and then take my medicine during the next break. So it'll be another slightly longer than average break, but not like the last break. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to do a stretching break when we finish this last horse. So yeah, this one is going to be a standard horse build. We're back to the first two horses style. Oh. We're going off the table. That's, I don't like going off the table. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna need to take a stretch break soon. We'll break after this last horse is done. When I come back from break, we'll look up the significance of the number 4. We'll do a quick Google, and we'll have a little bit of learning. Since I know 4, I know 4 is a significant number, but I don't know. I remember in the Pixar movie Turning Red, uh, the mom and the aunts were complaining about the number 4 being uh, bad luck or something, so we'll look it up. But if the number 4 is bad luck, then they would not have put 4 horses in the set, so it must mean something else in this context. Well, but we'll look it up. I'll Google it during my break, and then I'll have a little explanation when I come back. We have one more bag to complete this horse. And actually, you know what? I'm actually going to take the break now because I. What did I do wrong? Oh, that's how it's supposed to go. Okay. That's not good. Little piece of the mane popped right off. And I can't get my finger there. Yeah, this... It may be falling apart on me, but it's the easiest way to fix it. So... There. So there's an incomplete horse, but we're going to go ahead and take our little break now. We'll come back, we'll finish the white horse, and then we will finish up this model. But I'll let you look at what we got so far while I go on break. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm back, so let's go ahead and finish up this build with we're gonna do our little Google thing at the end of stream when I'm figuring out the who we're gonna raid. Meanwhile, it's time to open bag 14. Let's go right into it. Okay, there's one. I actually have a bunch of Lego horses in my collection. There's some molded horses, both in the classic 90s style. I have a couple of those. And then I also have some of the more modern horses with the movable legs. And I even have some horse variants. I have um, one of my Disney princess sets came with one of the Friend style horses, which are rounder and more have slightly more realistic curves. And I also have a skeletal horse and a winged horse variant. Yeah, I have a bunch of Lego horses. And Lego's done brick-built horses on multiple occasions, including here. There was a Creator 3-in-1 last year, I think. That was a horse. They have the brick-built horses in the Castle Creator set. So yeah, Lego has a rich history with horses. And dragons, but that's a topic for another day. Today is all about horses. Okay, we're about to hit the 5-hour mark of stream. So by the time we finish the last 2 bags, we'll be at the probably around. We'll be wrapping at about 6 hours total. We've got about, I would estimate about an hour left of the build, knowing the pace I'm going right now. Maybe a little sooner, depending on if the last 2 bags pace better than the horses. So right now we're building our last set of horse lower legs, and honestly I'll be glad to have this sequence behind me. There's a lot of the little tiny bits that are harder to grip. But I finish this set of legs, and then I won't have to worry about any more legs because this is the last horse. First time I've had one of the legs fall apart after being attached. I probably didn't have it pushed in all the way the first time. Easily fixed though. We're already moving on to the next leg. It just had to go yeeting. And then, of course, I had to accidentally bump the table when repositioning. Whatever. Let's just keep going. Am I missing a tile? Did I bump something onto the table? Or off the table, I should say. No, it was still in the bag. And I would not have seen that one, even if I had properly inspected the bag, because it was the same color as the bag. sure I'm facing everything correctly. It's supposed to go on like this, I think. Yeah, there we go. And now we're putting on the pins. And we can and now I can attach the fourth and final horse to the full model. Wow, this thing's getting heavy. And we still have 2 bags to build onto here. All 4 horses did the thing where they bumped off their connections tile. And this one appears to be actually stuck. Can there it goes. Of course, it's going to go onto the floor when I shake it out. Okay, let me secure that tile and then adjust these legs. All 4 horses did that. There we go. Tiles back in. Let's make my leg adjustment. Okay. So here's our 4 horses. And as I turn the hand crank, they move, almost like carousel horses. With the black horse having the biggest range of motion there, as you can see. And the other horses are more or less just going steady. So yeah, they're running along this river, and the black horse is a little more excited than the rest. But he's still keeping pace with them, so he's showing his excitement by having a little more dynamic motion than the others. That's a cool effect. Let's see what's coming next. Alright, so bag 15 is going to be some kind of frame thing going on. We'll put the horses like that. Oh, this is a little backdrop that's going to go on the back end of the base. That's what's going on here. Let's get into bag 15. A new decoration color has entered the build. We have some dark green going on in this bag. It looks like it's meant to complement the red and yellow. Alright, let's get right into this. So it looks like we're building the representation of some kind of banner for the backdrop. Also, this, it looks like this bag's going together pretty quickly. These last two bags might not actually be an hour. We're at 5 hours, 9 minutes. We'll probably come in at slightly under. I'm not even going to estimate because I don't know what the next bag is going to bring. I just see what's in front of me now, so I don't know what's going to happen in the last bag. And it looks like this bag's going to have some fancy tiling going on, and that sometimes slows me down, so no more predictions, but the build's in the home stretch now. We'll be done soon, and then we can all get some sleep afterwards. I mean, you can get some sleep now if you want. I'm finishing this thing. I'm so close. So it looks like we're making some gold designs onto this, what we're putting together here. goes there. Am I missing one of my gold studs? Maybe. I don't feel anything in this bag. Nope. So, what about this little one? Nothing in there. Doesn't appear to be under anything either. Oh, there it is. It was under something. Okay, let's keep going then. And now we're adding what looks like some red flowers. I don't think I've seen this piece shape before. This might be new this year. So yeah, so bag 16 is just gonna wrap up this banner and be what actually attaches this to the main model. I think I see what's gonna happen here. The last bag is gonna be about how the whole banner section gets connected to the model. And the last little bit for this top portion of the banner, we have one of the Chinese fortune coins there in the middle there. Nice printed tile going on for that. And it's nice and gold and reflective. Let's get bag 16 out. Last bag of the night. Looks like we're still got a bit of building to do. There's still 20 pages of instructions here. And it's got these big wagon wheel pieces that I guess are going to make part of the structure. So we're going into our last parts pile of the evening. Let's see what this does. Oh, wrong piece. We want to make sure we're not using wrong pieces here. It's not going. There we go. This is the piece I need. Wow, this tower keeps going. All right, I messed something up somewhere. Let's see. So this bit with the two plates is supposed to be the bottom bit. And there's a section with one plate. And there's this section here. So then there's a plate, 1, 2. So that's this section then. And then we need 1, that's 5 above it. Let's go back and see how these started off. So there's this section. Gets the plate, and then a stack of 6. So this one goes on here then, but it's supposed to have the plate, I think. Okay, so this is actually our little yellow section. So this is the gray section, and it's supposed to have a plate somewhere along its length. And then we need a gray tower with 7. Sorry about this. I'm trying to figure out where I messed up, so that's what we're doing right now. And here's the section with the yellow axle. So this will go on here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this bit needs to come off as well. And now I should be able to push through the axle. Although there's a lot of pieces in the way. But if I can push through the axle, I can get this piece to go in there. Wow, that actually hurt a little bit. And then we get one plate. And then this connection. And then there's supposed to be a second plate there. So it looks like here, that plate's not supposed to be there. So we take that off and we move it to the top of the stack. Like this, maybe. And now if I put it on, will it line up? Yeah, that makes all the holes line up with the pins. And of course, part of the stack's gonna fall apart on me while I'm trying to line it up and knock a bunch of pieces onto the floor. Okay, let me see if I can grab what went to the floor without disrupting the rest of my setup here. That might be everything that went to the floor. All right. Okay, so that piece went on. It's not going to be stable unless I can get everything connected. Unless I can get this side into, because those are axles, so those aren't going to secure. They're just there to hold it in place. But if I put the pins in, there we go. We have fixed it. Let's keep going now. Hopefully I got everything that fell on the floor. So now's where we're doing the wagon wheels, and it looks like the wagon wheels make up the end pieces for this banner. Wow, 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, we are going to hit the 6-hour mark probably because of the mishaps I had with the with this big red bar that's part of the banner. And now we're going to do a little 2x build. So actually, the pieces here are going to go pretty quickly since it is a 2x build. But then there's still stream wrap up, and I did say we were going to look up the number 4. Okay, so this one will go in here. And you can turn it so that these friction slots are on the back, or these anti-friction slots are on the back. Okay. All right. So now we're going to bring the big production back in and attach the banner. It looks like we have some decorative bits to do once we finish doing that. Wow, this is heavy. Alright, so the banner is now secured into the base. We'll turn these holes to the back. And that's what it looks like so far. And now we got to make another 2x thing. Things are wanting to fall on the floor at this point. That piece isn't in my part. Actually, no. It is. I had this confused for another piece. Well, that's cool. We're building Chinese lanterns now that are going to be used as decoration on here. I'll show you what it looks like when I'm done assembling them. They always include one of these transparent red Chinese lanterns with a gold print of the animal of the year. So that's all the pieces in the parts pile. But we're not quite done putting things together yet. Let me show you one of these lanterns. They're both the same, so I only have to show you one. But that's what it looks like. And you can see on the red piece in the middle. Let me see here. You can see the horse symbol on there. Can you? Well, there we go. That's as good as I'm going to be able to get it on camera. But they do whatever the animal of the year is on those lanterns. Looks like we're hanging them from the sides of the gate here. And I will... And now is, okay, this is where we pull out this packet that we got at the beginning. This is the final piece of the build here. We have this canvas. It's actually fabric. We have this canvas portrait of the 4 horses as they gallop along in traditional Chinese style. And this gets attached to these pegs behind the banner up here and hangs in the frame. And then I have to turn this so I can see what I'm doing. But there's pegs beneath the horses here, so this tucks in under the horses. It actually covers up those bars. This covers up the back ends of those bars. And we tuck it into these pegs under the horses. What's going on here? Why are we disconnected? I'm not... Why do we have a network drop? Looks like the network dropped out a little bit. We're right at the end. Why did the network have to drop out right now? Hold on. Is my phone showing a network dropout? Yes, it is. All right, looks like we have some kind of network dropout. I don't know why, but we're going to go. It's a good thing I'm doing a backup recording on the computer. I'm just going to finish out on that. I really would have loved to write it out tonight. Let me go ahead and finish the build, and hopefully by then the network will come back up. But I just checked my phone. The Wi-Fi is out too, which means the whole box is out. So I'm not sure what's going on. Meanwhile, if I connect the banner here on the other side here, connect to the other pinhole, and the banner is now secure. And meanwhile, while we wait for network, I can at least show it off on the recorded video. It's a good thing that I've decided to start taking backup. I started doing that when I had those network issues last spring back at the apartment before that router corrected itself when I was having those issues the first couple weeks. So it looks like the network finally came back. Let's see if the actual stream reconnects. Alright, so it looks like we're reconnected to stream. I don't know what that network hiccup was, but we're back on now. So I'm still going to take the backup video though, because I attached this fabric canvas banner while waiting for the reconnection. So we're right about at the 6-hour mark. Having the reconnection means it came back up just in time for us to get ready to raid out. But this is our final build. So the horse is on a colorful river, and this nice fabric banner behind them, which is a traditional Chinese ink sketch of 4 horses. And then of course we have the artist deck here with that nice printed tile there. So this is a nice little artist desk. Printed tile of another horse. And of course we have our horse head guy. And I'll just set him here. I'm going to stand him up. And I'll stand him next to the artist desk. And the separator we no longer need because the build is done. And I'm going to turn the crank for a bit. I'm trying to figure out which way looks more natural to me. But either way I turn it, there's going to be 2 moving forward and 2 moving backward at any given time. So I guess they're both sort of natural. It's like carousel motion. The horses run along the river. This is actually one of the prettier sets I've done, and it's got one of the cooler motion features as well. I haven't done a lot of sets with like really cool motion features. Like I know some of the Star Wars ships have like moving engines and moving wings and stuff. But I don't really do. Well, the Chinese festival set I did last year, the parade. That one had motion on the parade floats. But I don't normally get a lot of sets like that. This is pretty cool. Alright, we're at the 6-hour mark. Let's see who there is to raid out. We can turn the instructions off, and we can actually make use of the whole space here now that the build is done. Not a lot of options left online, to be expected because it is late night. It's 2:30 in the morning. Let's see, can we raid? I've only got 3 choices here. We're going to attempt 7 Senshi first. I think she focuses on video game music. Hold on. Yeah. We're not going to do the Google lookup. I'll do that on on another stream because it's late already. We've been going 6 hours, and it's 2:30 in the morning, and I need to get ready to get some sleep. Some people have raids turned off, and I've only got 3 musician choices right now. So I'm going to attempt to raid 7 Senshi first. Hey, yeah, I'm about to raid out. We finished the build. It was a 6-hour build, and I had a network hiccup right on the last piece, and so it reconnected after dropping for 2 minutes. So yeah. But did I show you this part? You turn this little crank on the side. So yeah, Brett just joined the chat in my stream, but it's 2:30 in the morning, and I gotta raid out. You see the horses dancing? Yeah, the video should be on YouTube in a few days if you want to check out parts of the build. It was a 6-hour build, so you probably don't want to watch the whole thing. But yeah, actually this canvas banner, this hides pretty much the whole Technic mechanism that sits under the horses. And I'm gonna let them dance as we raid out. Let's see. Okay, so 7 Senshi is blocking raids. Let's try... Jangel Music is on. She's in the Philippines. So I think they also sometimes celebrate the Chinese stuff. But they have their own celebrations. I think she has raids turned off too, though. Oh no, we're gonna raid Jangel tonight. And we're just gonna let the horses dance out until I submit the raid here. Have a good night, and we'll see you soon for more streams. My next stream will probably be a music tech test stream is what I'll probably do next.